Oh, all right. Peace and blessings to everybody here. Thank you so much for y'all just showing up and being present. Welcome to the Energetic Body Contouring event. This is the first event that I've held like this. Some of you guys know me from doing events for ancestral energy healing. And although energetic body contouring definitely has some elements that I use for those types of sessions, like you will hear me burping the entire session. That's how I'm going to be transmuting the energy. You're going to hear me speaking in tongues just because the body responds to the ancestral language so much more. It's just so much more potent to work in that way. And then you'll also see me using different breathing techniques, moving my hands, as well as providing channeled messages as we move along. So the format is very similar, but a totally different process. And I'm so excited to go into how that actually works and how I'm going to be dropping some techniques and things like that that you guys can use on your own to process emotions before they settle into the body. And I find that this is very important and relevant the more that I'm on my own personal journey and the more that I work with clients and other people who are on their shape-shifting journey, how easy it is to just push emotions deeper into the cells, deeper into the body, and to let that energy sit. And that is what creates a good portion of our fat cells, any blockages that stop us from building muscle, or energy that makes the skin sag. I've seen a lot of different things take place. And as we all, or maybe we don't know, as I'm going to be telling you guys here, that the physical appearance is a reflection of the spirit. And so whenever you are looking to shapeshift your body, you're going to have to shapeshift your energy. And I find that that's so important, is to, those things have to match. Those things have to align in that space. It's not impossible to get the body you want without, like dealing with some of those things, but you're still gonna have, instead of that, that energy sitting in your fat cells, it's going to move to your organs, so like a lot of the times your fat cells and your muscle cells are a part of a defense mechanism. Don't forget the roles of our organs and how vital the skin and the muscles and the fat actually plays. That's a vital role to protecting our important organs that keep our body moving. Some energy automatically goes into our colon, our gut, our intestines, things like that. So not saying that all energy just immediately moves into fat cells, because it doesn't work that way for everyone. Certain people and certain bodies hold energy differently, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just about getting to know your own body, getting to know how you process things, how you address emotions, triggers, traumas, situations, how open and vocal you are with your own self, and getting to know that inner dialogue. It can also reflect what kind of communication you have with your body. Do you speak highly of yourself? Do you speak highly to your body? Thank you, body, so much for keeping me moving, for operating so that I can keep moving in this reality? Or do you say, oh, I hate my body, I hate how this works, I wish I would just do this, I wish my body would just work like this? There is such a drastic difference in the way our bodies function based on how we just talk to ourselves. And that is proven. It is proven time and time again, but I have seen it work wonders, that when we change the dialogue, our body listens to us so much more fluidly and easily. We're able to shift and truly shift from the core, not just on a physical shift, because people can go to the gym and work out and shift their body in that way. But then before you know it, they're having deeper internal issues because they still have not dealt with the emotional things that sit in their body, right? So like people can look healthy on the outside and be totally unhealthy on the inside. So like I said, everybody's body is different and how you store energy is different, but we're going to get to the root cause of the way our body looks a certain way. And that's what the whole purpose of energetic body contouring is to get to the root of why we store energy a certain way. What are those emotions? Why does it, why does our body communicate in that way? How does it express? And how can we get to the root of that? So by addressing this, I'm going to show you guys a few techniques. We're going to start out with a meditation just to get in tune with the body. And I'm going to walk you guys through that. I'm going to do a activation for everybody in the group. And even those who are watching this after in the recording, I want you guys to know that energy is transferable everywhere. So it does not matter if you're watching this now or later, the activation is still prevalent. It's still going to take place and you're still able to feel it even later on or millions of miles away. So I want you guys to get comfortable. If you can, get some water ready or some coconut water, something to really hydrate your body. Something I will say is that every time you do some energy work, energy is going to be released from the body. What this means is that you need to replenish the body. You may need to rest. You may need to hydrate. You may need to process emotions and release as you are physically releasing. You may need to complement that with emotional, mental, and spiritual release. These are totally normal as these things all correlate with one another. Our body is, once again, just the physical representation of all these other moving parts taking place within us. So once we have our water ready, I'm going to grab some. I want you guys to get comfortable. We're going to loosen up our shoulders. Go ahead and move your head around slowly. And the other way. I want you to take a deep breath in. Go ahead and allow your belly to expand as you breathe in. And slowly exhale, allowing your belly to just cave in. Deep breathing in. Hold it. And release. Deep breathing in. And slowly exhale. Breathe in with intention. We're going to open up clarity and cleansing in our body. We're going to hold it there. And I'm going to go ahead and place cleansing into everybody who is watching this, every space that is present here. Reinforcing cleansing in this space as well. To everyone watching, I speak cleansing and protection over your spaces as you are open to receive in vulnerability and trust. I thank you. Slowly exhaling. Allow your breath to flow in a nice rhythm. And release. I want you to do a body scan. And what this means is you will consciously start at the top of your head and just slowly go down your body, taking your time, and check to see if there is any tension in your body. Do you feel tension in your brows, in your jaw, the throat, shoulders, knees, feet? Just check to see how your body is feeling right now. As you inhale slowly, and release. Breathing in, awareness. And release. Ask your body, how can I be of service to you right now? And as you exhale, releasing any stagnant energy, any pain that you feel or discomfort in the body, just go ahead and release it now. Slowly making your way down to your feet. Breathing in deep and slow. Let the breath be carried all the way to your feet, nourishing all of your cells. And slowly letting go. I want you to wrap your arms around you as if you're giving yourself a hug. And I want you to repeat these affirmations after me. I am safe here. I am safe here. Breathe that in. Let that safety move deep into your body. Exhale. My body is beautiful. Breathe that in. My body is beautiful. And release. I am love. I am love. Breathe it in. And slowly exhale. My body is appreciated for all that it does. My body is appreciated for all that it does. Let's breathe it in. And slowly release. All of my organs are in perfect condition. All of my organs are in perfect condition. Breathe it in. And slowly exhale. I am strong. My body is strong. I am strong and my body is strong. Deep breathe that in. And hold it. Let that strength move through you. Beautiful. Slowly exhale. I trust myself. I trust myself. Breathe it in. Let that trust move through you. And slowly exhale. I love my body as it is. I love my body as it is. Let's breathe it in. And slowly release. I want you to sit with your body for a moment, holding yourself. And I want you to say all positive things about yourself right here and now. Even the things that make you uncomfortable about your body, really aim to accept them right here and right now. Breathe into that love and appreciation. I love you, I love you, I love you, body. I love you, hips, I love you, thighs. I love you, lips, I love you, breasts, I love you, tummy. I accept, I accept, I accept you for all that you are. Go ahead and accept every part of you right now. Breathe in all your love and let it simmer in your body. In all of the places that you are giving acceptance to right now. Now I want you to envision the happiest and healthiest version of you right in front of you. Envision what this person looks like, what this divine being looks like. Envision who you are at your best, your happiest, your healthiest, your wealthiest, your most joyous and most at peace. What does that feel like for you? In what ways do you want to shapeshift? Take a moment and get a very clear picture of who you are in this version. And breathe that in. Breathe in all of that beauty. Now I want you to allow this version of you to speak to you. Allow this version of you to talk kindly to you, to celebrate you right here and now in your current form. Slowly inhaling and exhaling. You are so beautiful, divine. In every form, you are so beautiful. I want you to give this version of you a hug. Allow this version of you to nourish and nurture you. And know that who you are right now is such an important part of the happiest and healthiest version of you that you are seeking. It has already been made. It is already in fruition because you have seen it for you, because you believe it for you. Allow this version of you to melt into your body, to merge into you, and see yourself as a happy and healthy version, the happiest and healthiest version of you. Know that you right now and this version that you see are no different. You are the same being. Both beings are built and created by you. And that in itself is divine. You are worthy. You are worthy then, and you are worthy now. Take a moment to breathe in this shift in your body and in your mind. And whenever you are ready, you can open your eyes and slowly come to the right now. You can take your time. And whenever you're ready, just let us know in the chat. Hey, Laquita, so good to see you. Thank you for being present. Everybody let me know how the meditation was for you through the chat, please. Just a little bit. No. Yes, ma'am. So good to see you all. Hey, Leah. Yes, lovingly. I love it. Hey, baby D, CC, Laquita. So good to see y'all. Take your time coming back. Leah says, so grateful to you, Zayne, and everyone, the collective energy. Yes, thank you. Thank y'all for being present. Thank you, thank you. I want to go into a little bit about my journey into energetic body contouring briefly, and how I have shifted my body over the past few years. I actually came into the techniques for energetic body contouring about 2 years ago. And I started getting visions and glimpses of how it worked. As I connected with my body, I would touch my stomach, for example, or my arms, and I would start seeing the fat cells, and I would see layers of fat cells. So if you hear me in the session say this is 37 layers, that's 37 layers of fat cells, or 37 layers of energy that is taking place. There it was really strange, like coming into that vision, because as I was in meditation, connecting with my body, I was able to really see like what was going on. And it blew me away, because not only did I see the rows of fat cells, but as I started fine tuning this vision of being able to see inside the cells, I realized that majority of the space that our cells are taking up is actually energy. And I was able to say, oh, this energy inside of my arm is actually complacency, or this energy inside of my stomach is fear, and or this energy is insecurity, or this is actually regret. So being able to see how the body holds on to that energy inside of the cell was fascinating to me. So I ended up doing a lot more frequent shifting of my own body, in addition to visualization. So the visualization meditation that we just went through, of actually envisioning what my body looks like at my happiest and healthiest self, is so effective, because what you're doing at that point is communicating with your body, with all of the trillions of cells in your body who are waiting for your direction. Okay, y'all don't miss me on that. I said your cells are waiting for your direction. Okay, and I mean that. Your cells listen to you more than anything else. So if you have a narrative about yourself, if you have a vision about yourself, that is what your cells are listening to. They are listening to the way that you intentionally move, the way that you have conversation internally and externally about yourself. They are listening. They got some of the best ears, but they are literally waiting for your direction. So when you envision the body, when you envision your body and your happiest and healthiest self, what you are doing is sending a signal to all of your cells saying, this is our joy. This is our peace. This is what it looks like. This is what it feels like. And that is so miraculous, because the body then begins to reprogram. You can reprogram your DNA. You can reprogram your cells at any time. But most of the time, what is stopping us is limiting beliefs about ourselves. And so a lot of the work that takes place in energetic body contouring is actually rooted in thought forms. So you're going to see during these sessions, as we move through our event, that when I'm pulling out things, like sometimes Spirit will say, go into the mind and pull out this thought, pull out that thought, pull out this construct that is holding this person back. And y'all, it gets deep. It gets deep. Sometimes it's things that our parents have said to us, things that we were bullied for in school. It goes real way back. Sometimes in the DNA, not only does those thought patterns from this lifetime live in our cells, but so does our previous soul experiences. So if you had a soul experience where you were bullied for your legs, or having like stubby feet or something, you might have reincarnated with the energetic construct of these thought forms and thought patterns about yourself during that time. And so I do see this not as often until we get to the deeper layers of things, but it still surfaces, it still comes up, as well as your ancestral trauma. Okay, so that plays an important part. If your family has an issue or a subconscious like insecurity about double chins, for example, they may really hold energy in that, because they have focused so much on holding energy there, because they literally focus their attention. Oh, I got this double chin. I hate it here. Like they just put so much energy into this space. And that's why you'll see people accumulate energy here or on their back. Oh, I just got all these back rolls. And that often has to do with ancestral burdens. And so all of these things are correlated and so important to look at. So it gets deep, it gets multi-layered. And when I was doing this work for myself, The first year that I was getting these visions, I wasn't really doing consistent work on my body. I was just doing the visualization. I was just, slowly moving through, here and there, about once or twice a month, maybe once a week. I wasn't really into it. But then as I started seeing the results, I was like, man, I'm a shapeshifter for real. I'm out here like shapeshifting, like this is it. And Spirit kept unlocking the vision of how to do the techniques to do this service and to do this for not only myself, but to help other people unlock why they store energy in their body in the way that they do. And so I was like, okay, cool. So this year, at the beginning of this year, I started doing this for my body consistently on at least 3 to 5 times a week for myself in my own sessions. And I started really getting deep into pulling out that energy from my body and shifting it. And not only shifting it on a fat cell level, but building muscles. I don't know if y'all know, but I don't do workouts. Okay, baby. This is not workout muscle. I mean, there's still some fat here, but even in my pictures, you can see the fat is declining, my skin is tightening, my muscles are building, and muscle growth is a big thing for me. Muscle growth may not be a big thing for you, and that's okay. I focus a lot on muscle growth and skin tightening and fat release, but a lot of the body that I want to create and my healthy and wealthy self is very muscular. Okay. I'm going to be looking like a bodybuilder, but no bodybuilding. Okay. Like, so that is my vision for me. That may not be for you, and that's okay. The good thing is that when I'm tapped into your energy, your spirit is going to show me where your healthy and wealthiest self is going to reside, whether that be you. I mean, you're going to not ask me, but you're going to say, okay, these are the 2 areas that I want to work on. So whenever it's y'all's time to get, one-on-one with me in this event, you're going to say, okay, I would like skin tightening for my arms, and I would like fat loss for my back. If that's how y'all want to do it, whatever areas of the body y'all want to focus on, just let me know. But it's got to be 2 areas. You can ask for fat loss and skin tightening in one area. Nothing wrong with that. You can ask for skin tightening and fat loss in the stomach and the thighs. However y'all want to mix and match it is up to y'all. But the 3 areas that we're going to focus on is skin tightening, fat loss, and muscle building. So those are the 3 options that y'all can choose from. And then y'all have 2 areas of the body y'all can focus on during y'all's session one-on-one here today. In our personal one-on-one sessions, I do full body contouring. So, and I can also do fat transference. And what that means is I can take fat from like your back or your stomach and put it in things like your booty, for example, because y'all see my booty. That's what I've been working on. So, I mean, y'all may not see it here, but if y'all seen my pictures, y'all know like I have gained a lot of booty and curvature and still continuously working on my booty. Not that big booty. Oh my God, baby, you're funny. But, so it's been a work in progress. But it does take place. You can move fat to certain areas of the body. But what has to happen in a fat transference is this. When I am pulling out energy from a cell, so say you have, what's a good one? Say you have codependency. Say you have codependency in your fat cells, for example, and you want to move your fat cells to your booty, right? You're not going to want to put that codependency in your root. Your butt is what protects your root chakra, your security, right? Think about the energy in your body, right? If your root or your butt, your glutes is what is protecting your security, your foundations, you're not going to want to just transfer that fat cell right on into the booty. You're not going to want to do that, because then you're going to be placing that energy from your back into your butt, you know? So you actually have to transmute the energy, which is what I do in these sessions. So instead of codependency, I'm going to say that you are stable and secure. And then I'm going to put that energy into your root instead. So it becomes a little bit more of a different process with fat transference, but it can be done. I just require that that is done in one-on-one sessions. So that's not being done here today, but it is an option for y'all who do want it. Also, if I don't know if y'all have seen, but in the chat, at the beginning of the chat, I put promo codes up for personal sessions. You have a bundle and you have one session and you have a 4-session bundle. The 4-session bundle is what I recommend for larger transformations. But if you just want to give a one-on-one session a try, let's do it, you know. But there are promo codes in there for you guys to use them. Please do. They're up at the very top of the list. I'll copy it and paste it again for you guys. Hold on, everyone. Let's see. Here we go. So these are the promo codes. You can use these at checkout for extra money off. The first one session is $30 off, and then you get 30% off from the bundle, which the bundle is already discounted. I've already discounted it on my site, so you're getting an additional discount through that. So those are the promo codes. I want you guys to have them, use them. You can only use them once, so use them wisely. And everybody can use them. And they're not expired until the end of the year. So you have time to use them. And I want you guys to thank y'all for being a part of this event. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. Does anybody have questions on how this works or things that you just want to know before we get started on the actual body contouring? Let me look at these chats. Absolutely. CC, I got you on the promos. Yes, I am fine. Thank you. Thank you for hosting and sharing love. Hey, Kaylin, good to see you. So grateful. Wow, it makes sense. Arms split, stomach, abdomen, holding fear, ourselves, the DAs, trust our thoughts. Yes. Love that. Yes, you can transfer fat from the arms to the butt, Laquita. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yep. You can indeed. Let's see. Any other questions that y'all have? Also, to those who, what if butt is big and flat? We can round it. We can round the booty. That's not an issue. Adding volume or shape to any part of the body is not an issue. What I would do though with glutes, I always add muscle to the glutes. And then if you want additional fat around it, we can do that. But the big thing is building more muscle in the glutes as well to support the foundation. Anytime you're gonna do a transference or even a fat loss, I recommend adding, I always put in a little bit of muscle building in that space, not, to make you look like a bodybuilder, but to actually support the shift that is taking place energetically. Laquita said, my butt is huge already. I just need these arms gone. I got you. I can't believe you said SpongeBob to Squidward. Yes, baby D. Cece said, I breastfed 3 children. Can my boobs be more round and shaped? Absolutely. Yes. I can add volume to breasts and I can also lift them. I can shape them. A lot of people don't know, but the breasts are correlated to the left breast is how we were actually nurtured, usually by a parent or a mother. And then the right breast is how we nurture other people. and how we nurture our own situations, how we nurture our own life. So what is poured into us and what we give out is usually how that works. Like I said, everybody holds energy differently. So that may not be the case with you, or, you know, what you got going on. But for those who do, you know, want to contour the breast, it's absolutely possible. Yes, baby D, that's why your right titty is big. Yes, did you say lift breast? Yes, I did say lift breast, because that's a part of skin tightening. We skin tighten up here. If you lift here, your breasts are gonna lift, right? This has to do with your heart space, what you give, what you receive. Are you open? You know, so like that's definitely a part of the contouring. There's almost no things that are, there's not many things that I can think of off top that can't be contoured. I mean, I've never contoured a head of hair. I'll tell you that. I've never contoured more hair on somebody's body, but that's probably about it. I probably could stimulate the hair follicles if I wanted to, but I've never tried that, so I can't give you results on that. But there's not much that can't be. Like, I have not come across anything in my life or anyone else's life so far that we have not been able to contour. So let's see. I love my bald head. Look, okay. I love it. Let's see. I need it. That's true. Yes. LOL. Stimulating hair particles. Oh my God. Look, it's possible. It's possible. Anything is possible. For real. I love this energy too. Thank y'all for asking questions, and continue to do so. If y'all have questions, let's do it. It's definitely, I'm definitely here to be also a support to you guys, even after this event. I want to see y'all. I want to see y'all's before and afters. You know, I want to see what y'all are experiencing through this process. And I'm here to support you through the process, because don't forget that whenever you transmute energy in the body, you're releasing energy. So it's common that people feel, I've seen people get a little bit sick, like they don't have the appetite to eat, or they need to, if someone has parasites in the gut, and I pull out parasites from their body, sometimes they do feel a little nauseous, or they need to drink water and lay down. That's common, because this energy healing is really removing things from the body. Like, and if you have unhealthy toxins in the body, and that is what is contributing to your fat increase or your skin loosening or things like that, if that is the cause of that, once we remove that, those particles and those things cannot live in the body anymore, because the body's frequency elevates. So toxic things can no longer live in the body. And so there are people who experience purging in that form. So I just want to let you guys know that it's possible. Not everybody experiences sickness. So I will say that not everybody experiences it. It's not as common, but what is common is noticing emotional shifts. You might start having memories or thoughts about certain things that you need to let go of in order to shift your body. Old mindsets may surface, so that you can release those and talk through those and journal them out and set a new tone for your body. So all of these things are very possible. And I do want to let you guys know that you have a support system. Come talk to me. If you feel uncomfortable at any part of this process, come talk to me. You are not alone in your shape-shifting journey, and that is what I'm here for. So please come talk to me if you need support. I want you guys to really reach out if needed. And also take your pictures, okay? After the body contouring tonight, take your pictures, take a full body picture, right? And what I want you to do is in 2 to 4 weeks, take more photos as the weeks progress. Take more photos. Look at how your clothes fit. Look at how you think about things. Look at what kind of foods you're attracted to, what you're craving. Those things are big telltale signs to this service. Okay, let me look at the chat. Oh, you my cousin now. You're not getting rid of me. Look, baby, I wasn't trying to get rid of you at all. That was never the plan. Toxic thing, yeah. I need a feet healing. Woo, you gonna be like, here she go again. Look, come see me for anything. I mean, really, really, come see me. But yeah, so this is all of these are common things. And what I recommend too is do not get on that scale. Let me just go ahead and preface this. Do not get on the scale. The scale is not your friend. We don't need to know how much you weigh. I'm gonna say that we need to unplug. Let me go ahead and unplug that thought pattern from a lot of y'all's minds, because that is not helping y'all. It's done. It's okay. Thought is out. No scales. What I would like y'all to do, if y'all want to track your progress, is to get you a measuring tape for the body so that you can look at your inches. Look at the inches that you lose. Look at the inches. Please, somebody, anybody, everybody, look at your inches. Do not look at that scale, because when I say that we have to build some muscle in order to support the shifts that you are looking to make, that is gonna look different on the scale because muscle is heavier, right? So the scale is not your friend during this process. If I see one of y'all on the scale talking about, I can't believe I gained some weight, or I didn't lose any weight, and I'm gonna be like, did you look at the inches? Did you look at the inches? Did you look at how your clothes fit? Okay. So let's just get that out of our mind, that a scale is not going to help, and we're not going to use scales anymore to track our progression. All right. Yes, definitely take your measurements. That is all about that fit and that drip. Look, yes, take it out of the bathroom. Yes. Yes, waist beads are good too. I love that. Love that. Love that. Definitely get y'all some waist beads if that is how y'all are measuring your progress. They are symbolic though, so be careful which waist beads you get. Okay, waist bead responsibly, or jewelry, body jewelry responsibly is what I'm saying. All right, so let's get started. Y'all don't have any more questions? We about to dive right into it. Teach me that about the waist beads later, please. Okay, inbox me on Messenger, and so that I'll remember to send you something about waist beads. Waist beads are often cultural, so not all body jewelry is cultural, but a lot of waist beads that you see are cultural, so, or they have intention. So I just need to put that out there, that there's no cultural appropriation going on here. We're not gonna do that. No, good question. It does not take 2 to 4 weeks to see results. I've seen some people wake up the next rising and they have inches off of them. They're not bloated, nothing. I've seen people within a week see complete transformations of their back, their thighs, their double chin, their arms. It does not take long. Now, it kind of depends on how stubborn you are with with your emotions. It kind of depends on how stubborn the energy that we're working with is. But some people's body does take more time to adjust. That's what I will say. One of my clients, they were almost like sick, like mucusy, not sick like cough sick, but like they had mucus coming up for about a month, and people were telling them, oh, you're sick, and she was like, I'm not sick. This was after our one energetic body contouring session. And I told her that it was possible that she could get some purging that was going to take place, right? So she was sick for about or purging for about a month, and then she started seeing major results after that. So some people's take a little bit longer, but this work is residual. This work continues to work. When we set the intention for your cells to be reprogrammed, that is the direction, right? So your cells during this session are going to be reprogrammed. What that means is that they're going to continuously start shifting from that point on. Now, that may be overnight. That may not be. Okay. I don't make the rules of your body. But what I will say is that some people need more sessions than others. Some people need to remove more blockages than others. So that's why I went ahead and gave y'all the promo codes. I know I did not see you say these arms gonna take 2 years. Laquita, how can I delete this comment? How? Because no, I know it's a joke. But it's not funny. It was cute. I like what you did there, but no. What we gonna speak is that your arms is gonna be fabulous. They already fabulous. They already exactly where you want them to be. No, this is the cutest scolding. Y'all are funny, but I'm serious. Like, speak to your body as if it's already done. Like, oh yes, I love my tight and bulky arms. Like, oh, this muscle is love these muscles, man. I'm strong. I'm real strong. I'm out here flexing on it. You know, like that's how it is. You have to really be feeling it. Okay, feel it, and don't say that it's gonna take a little bit for your body, because that is you. Your mind is programming your body to say, well, I guess we're gonna take 2 years. Like, so look, I'm just using you as an example. I'm not getting on to you, but it's a little scolding, just a little bit, but in the most beautiful way. And I mean that because it really is important that we like get to the root of our thought patterns, right? And we have to get to the root of the way that we talk about ourselves, because again, the body is listening. So let's go ahead and take out those thought patterns of time frame. Oh, my body's taking too long to do this. We just gonna X that out. We gonna take it out. That's a dead. That's done. So yeah, I have to use that for everybody to know that we all need to be very careful about the way we speak about our body, for real. Thank you, CC, for reposting my promo codes. All right. Any more questions? We will get, I'm an empath and am feeling my daughter's pregnancy pains. Will that affect this process? No, it will not. And Cece, if you come see me later on, I will teach you some techniques on how to protect yourself and to disconnect from your daughter's pregnancy pains, because you don't have to feel that. But yeah. All right. Those are great questions. I love it. I love all the questions y'all are asking. These are all valuable questions and needed. Are we ready? Are we ready? We lost someone. That's okay. I'm pregnant. Shut up. Okay, I know Baby D, so that's why I just instinctively said shut up, but be quiet. it's okay. People will come and go out of the chat, out of this. But yes, inbox me if you have a personal question that you would like. And I'll go through my list here and see who we got here. And anybody that doesn't show up to the event, I'm going to inbox theirs. So yeah, they'll be okay. All right, Laquita, you are my first person of the evening. You can get on, you can unmute yourself if you would like. You can get on video if you'd like. If you don't feel like getting on video, that's okay too. I just want you to feel comfortable. Hey, love. I can't hear you yet. Hold on. No, I can't hear you.
Now?
Yes. Oh, wait.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
There you go.
Awesome. How are you feeling today?
I'm great.
Good, good, good. What 2 areas would you like contoured during this session?
You know about that one.
Okay, so your arms
and stomach. The arms is the tightness skin tightness, and stomach is the fat.
Okay.
And then stomach.
Okay. Awesome. So what I want you to get into your most comfortable position. I'm gonna bless my hands with some of my powders first. I want you to get comfortable and just relax your body. And I want you to go back into that thought pattern, that thought process of what your happiest and healthiest self is looking like and feeling like. All right, I want you to go into some deep breathing, allowing your belly to expand as you inhale. Sabini yusru komudera mi ani sinamo. Sufono de sile kini omono suko mudera mi tiama. Sufona mi file mi suko mudeti and tiashli tindu sukun mudata ne yade omana. For Sura Nibia Udi Sibit, Caneo Kunti Cinema, Quotium de Boetim Yishliam Piena, Vayumuetiam Mudusu, Wepomodotiam Dishliam Monude Canami. Fula no de Abon Mediadisliam, Yakanki Udusu, Mudetanamona. All right, I'm going to begin with your right arm. I see some regret here, regret in giving to those that you care about, regret in not being reciprocated. We're going to go ahead and transmute this to acceptance. You stretch yourselves too thin in situations where you feel like you are needed because you desire to be wanted. Now we're moving on to your left arm. Sapiendi sulle piedi di slia non amore che na. This is actually connected to your mother. Okay, Spirit is showing me sexual abuse. This could possibly be molestation or rape that is correlated to trauma that is within the DNA in the family. This energy is held here because it is felt that this receiving arm, which is the left arm, the receiving arm has a lot to do with feeling like like you didn't get what you were deserved, like what was deserved, or even feeling unworthy to receive because the things that were received were harmful. So wanting to close off the heart, close off connection with other people, maybe even become closed off to receiving love in certain ways, not being open to be intimate. I see a cord that is actually going into the womb from this left arm. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that out. I'm removing this trauma from the DNA 62888. Now we're tightening the skin. Spirit has me going into your left ear to remove unnecessary thoughts, things that you heard as a child. I'm also hearing for you to love your nose, love your facial features. This is connected to your inner child. Spirit says that do not forget that the things that were projected onto you as a child was out of unloving dialogue to themselves that they projected outwards. So the things that were said to you were actually self-conscious dialogue from that person, and it really had nothing to do with you. I'm transmuting this energy into courage to set boundaries. Placing that in the auric field. Sale midu sukondi eshinami umune tanami yalemu. All right, now we're moving into the stomach. Immediately, I see parasites in the lower intestines. I'm going to go ahead and move those out. This is actually connected to your left knee as well. The energy in your stomach is correlated to you feeling like you do not have the support or flexibility on your path and the support that it is required in order for you to move in the way that you actually want to. A lot of your life and even your direction in life may have seemed like it was already laid out for you, or people had expectations of you, and those expectations live in your gut and they cause fear to actually live your own life for you because you're afraid of disappointing others. Moving that energy out, bringing forth acceptance of self, trust in self, love in self, reinforcing that love in the gut here. Spirit is also showing me some of the intestinal wall damage, so we're just repairing that here as well. Now we're removing fat here. This is definitely expectations and disappointment that lives in the fat here. We're gonna transmute that. Into celebration. Into self-love. And into confidence. This is also connected to you not listening to your intuition when your gut tells you that something does not sit right with you. Now I'm gonna go ahead and do a fire seal over your arms and your stomach. I am now closing my portals. I am no longer energetically available. I thank you for allowing me to hold sacred space for you. How you feeling?
Okay, well, you was on my right arm. It was like first it started real strong, like it was getting really, really tight. And I was like, okay. When you got to my left arm though, and you was talking about the mom and rape, it was real weak and it just started falling. But as soon as you said you pulled something out, it started getting really, really tight and strong, like the right arm. Wow. And my stomach, when you got to my stomach, it's like I had to pass gas or something.
That's good. Good. Yes. Like release.
Yes.
That's good.
And what everything you said, I'm gonna tag you in my story. That's why I got my clothing brand now, because of that. What you said on the left arm, I have a clothing brand called iHeart.
Wow.
I was broken, but now I'm healed and strong because I've actually healed from what happened. Yes.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. That's why I was smiling so hard. I was like, she is true. That's the truth. But yes, I'm gonna tag you in my story.
Perfect. Thank you. It was an honor to do the work with
Thank you so much. I felt a whole big relief on my arms when you did that.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Of course. And keep me updated. Take pictures tonight. Keep me updated.
If you look at my Facebook, that's all I do is take pictures. So I'm definitely gonna take the picture, as a matter of fact, of the waist part, and I'm gonna do the arms too.
All right. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
You too.
See you later.
See you.
All right.
All right. Now that y'all have seen that, let me look at the messages. I made it home. Good. The next person that I have is Baby D. Baby D, if you want to come with you can get on camera if you want to, or you can just be on audio. Totally up to you.
I'm shy. Can I go after somebody?
Use number 2.
Oh no, I'm shy because I want to see somebody else and then so I can actually be decisive, because I'm kind of indecisive
about your body part, like which part you want to work on.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you.
No problem. Let's see. Is Nisha here? I think Nisha left. Then we'll go ahead and move into Serena. Serena.
Did I hear my name?
Yes. Hi, Serena.
I have the water ready.
How are you?
Yes, I am. I'm feeling fresh. It's perfect timing because I just kind of like hopped out of the shower.
Perfect. What 2 areas would you like contouring on today?
Abdomen and back.
The abdomen and the back. Okay, I got you. I want you to get into your most comfy position. And I want you to take some deep breaths in. And just allow yourself to envision your happiest and wealthiest, healthiest self in front of you. Have that vision in your mind during this session. We're gonna go ahead and begin working on the back. Did you want muscles or like added muscles, fat loss, skin tightening? What would you like done in these two areas?
Fat loss.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got you. We're gonna begin with the back. Sufondia Sileam Muduko and Nalebora Silam Diam Yetiamia. Koi Budi Slayeti Muchuru Tetiari Kiamiani. Sedia to Suramana, Korea Chinie, Boria, Kibu, Sukote, Mudisarama, Guadana Mudi, Kiamuro. So a lot of what is in your back is related to your fear of expansion, fear of failure, fear of success, and also carrying the burdens of others on your back. We're going to turn that fear into strength, into reassurance, confidence. Pulling that right on up into the auric field. I'm adding some fire into your back. Okay, so the DNA pattern 8728 is coming forward, and this is about incest in your family. So we're going to go ahead and remove this and reprogram the DNA cell. And I'm also moving the spine just a little bit from the curvature so your body has more energetic flow into the rest of your body. That way you're not holding on to the emotions in your back. seeing a lot of stagnancy from the upper back side where your heart is. And these are things that you have buried. I'm hearing that secrets that need to come to the forefront, things that you've kept for a very long time, they need to come out, they need to surface. So I'm going to go ahead and place and transmute that energy as courage to speak your truth. We're going to go ahead and bring those things to surface, those old emotions. Sabia mirisire kumudusu kriele amiale siama porque ami suko ani ali ami de ti ami suko ala mi ko khani sona. Now we're gonna go ahead and move into your stomach. This is a lack of confidence, self-doubt that have accumulated in your stomach. So I'm going to go ahead and transmute that to confidence and self-worth. You don't celebrate yourself enough. We're going to go ahead and add celebration into that. Gratitude. Sabia me koyu uti tishle ti mulu kunte ti amana wala yere wala sufodi ti kidi pone wala ti amani isle wali mi yodo assalamu di hukumo hayi shile ki kukune ne sira. There's pressure on the left temple of the forehead, so I'm pulling out old thought patterns from this side. These are thoughts that have stunted your creative growth and not being sure about your creative projects, like you're sensitive about your art, sensitive about your ideas being accepted. We're gonna go ahead and remove the idea or the thought that validation from others is needed. That also holds at the bottom of your gut. Sabia murusu atanya mineke. I see 46 rows of fat cells here. Kavia chile tia ke mulusu tagu chu chia di bua ni ke ama. Now I'm gonna go ahead and seal this with fire. I want you to still take your deep breaths. I'm now closing my portals. I am no longer energetically available. I thank you for allowing me to hold sacred space with you. And whenever you're ready, you can gently open your eyes.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm here. Thank
How are you
you
doing?
for holding space. When you mentioned with my back the pulling of the incest, there was after immediately it was pulled, there was like a tunnel of light shooting from the bottom of my left eye that felt like a boom, like a release, but like a very big release that just kind of like poof, not boom, like poof away.
Mm-hmm.
And when you were working on my stomach, I kind of felt like almost like my spine move up more towards my stomach, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Indeed. Definitely take you some photos and go through the process of just admiring your body where you're at now and know that your body is listening to you. Something that I felt a lot during your session was pain in the left ear, which is about listening to spirit, and I feel like that has a lot to do with your food choices, as well as tapping into what herbs feel good to your body too. Um, there may be things energetically that you have just pushed down to the bottom so deep that you're going to need to eat for medicinal reasons. You're going to need to get to the root of medicine with the things that you consume. And that's going to help you a lot. And it's going to feel freer to you. You're going to have less bloating. If you deal with constipation or like back and forth with bowel movements or bowel movements being uncomfortable, those things can really help to flush your body out even more than what you've already been doing. So that was the other message that I wanted to leave you with.
Thank you for that. I also quickly wanted to mention as well, when you were working on both things, I understood what you were saying. I'm not going to repeat it, but I understood. That's all I want to say.
Okay, I'm glad. As long as it resonates with you, that's all that matters.
Yes.
All right,
Yes,
thank
yes,
you.
yes, yes. Thank you again.
Of course, thank you for allowing me to hold space. All right, and thank you again. I'm gonna go ahead and close that portal up again here. And baby D, are you ready now? You gonna tell me no?
One more. I swear to God, one more time. One more time, y'all. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. I'll let it go. I'll let it go.
Okay. And then after this person, I swear I'll be ready.
Okay. All right. Let's go to CC. CC, how you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
I'm excited about the experience. You come highly recommended by Chantel. She loves you dearly.
Oh, I love her too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What 2 areas would you like contoured and what would you like done?
Are the womb and the stomach 2 separate areas? Or are they the
So the womb would be if you wanted to, like, I guess a fatter or less fatter boom boom, you know, like.
Okay,
so,
then no. I just had a full hysterectomy, so I didn't know if there was any looking in that area that needed to be done or any. I just want to make sure my womb is okay. I haven't had any complications. They said I was the first person to ever get up the way I got up, like, but I just want to make sure. So that was a concern area for me, but my gut most definitely is my number 1 area. I have 3 children. I still got this baby fat, and it has not, it's been very stubborn. So I don't know if the womb counts as an area, but if not, I'd like to lift my breast because I breastfed all 3 of them and they are, kind of droopy. I'm a part of the itty titty community.
I got you. What I will say is that if I do see something in your womb or anything like that, I will tell you. But if you did have complications or if you wanted to speed up your healing process of your womb, I recommend a Reiki session or a ancestral energy healing session. Okay. So if you wanted to look at that deeper than what this session is for, those are the 2 services that I recommend for that. But if I do see something, I'm gonna tell you. Okay. I'm not gonna keep that from you. But okay, so the breast and the stomach.
Yes, I want to be flat tummied.
All right. Do you want bigger lifted breasts or do you want just lifted?
I guess just lifted. They so flat from me breastfeeding. Like they don't have no shape. They just there.
Okay, I got you. All right, so I want you to get into your comfy position. We're going to envision your happy and healthy self in the body that you are shape-shifting into and embodying right now. We're going to take some deep breaths in. And just allow your shoulders to drop and your body to really relax. We're going to begin with the breasts. I feel a lot of exhaustion in the breasts already. We're going to go ahead and transmute that into energy, just pure stamina. especially in the left breast. Spirit is saying your self-care routine needs to be priority. Sabia mudusu kaya tia tia yeti luisi mudusu ramana yami kiele amasanya mudusu kia yeti amudusara. I'm feeling loneliness, especially in the right breast. Feeling like you're doing it alone, we're going to go ahead and extract that and bring forth companionship and community. Highlighting that in your life right now. Sabi amuru Via tia yo solo etia mi okele etia mi rusu etia murawa. Kavia miele, si avia miele, sudabote avi miruko ye kiani yoko. Si chile tu no resi atamorana kialawa. Tue tanane yoko ye kisi etia murusu ama. Haiti amure saye kia yamure sa mona yoana. Foi a mulher sei que a mulher sei a boa mulher aí que a mulher sei que a mulher sabia mulher suco é cana to yesile mulher sua de tia nibi wada ne manaka tia ya tia tare to yesile o tia mi wo ko ya tia Faiti a chera moneka to boy woman I wait tia mana A part of the breast is hanging or drooping down because of the weight that it feels, the responsibility that you feel to nurture others, as well as needing to prioritize your own self-care, your own nourishment. I'm seeing you taking extra time to really celebrate your breast and celebrate the life that you give and pour into others, but also to celebrate yourself in that process, to celebrate what you are capable of, what you are so sacred at, like what is just sacred with your own superpower, but also to remember that you do not owe anyone anything. Even outside of your children, you do not have to nurture others. You do not have to be the mother to other. I'm hearing little boys, but I feel like that is in reference to a man who is acting like a child, who you have had to mother or had to step in as a partner, but had to navigate that entire experience. Spirit is saying that you deserve to be equally yoked in your relationships, in your life, in your friendships, in your care. Your care is sacred. It is a sacred tool for you. It is valuable. So you cannot just give it so freely without placing the love into yourself first. Sabia merusa que andia tu esena borea monari sia tie que ni murusu kaya mona. Now we're gonna go ahead and move into the stomach. Sabia murusana morea kiele tabudio sukoya tia muru sinama. And I'm gonna go ahead and pull out some stagnant energy from your right shoulder blade. This is directly connected to the way that you've been nurturing as well. This is again connected to some type of partnership that you have had to overexert yourself for. This is the burden of others and having to shoulder that burden. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that out here. And that is done. Let's go ahead and move into the stomach now. Sabian Medusa Ikiatia Medusa Kayu Quita Samietia Moya Budatia Shilemu. Okay, Spirit is showing me that your abdomen muscles are a little bit separated. So I'm going to bring them in just to bring more foundation to your stomach. This is from giving birth, so we're just going to move that on in here. Sabia mudusa kiantia mudis salaya buemona. Tabia media kia mudusu goemona. You being vulnerable and not feeling safe enough to be vulnerable is coming up a lot in your stomach here, where you feel like you have to be guarded, or you have to put on a front in order to be accepted or to be in spaces that you're not sure of. And you being vulnerable with others is not, like, you'll give a little bit, but you're not going to open yourself up entirely to people who have not given you any reason to distrust, but just the act of trusting itself, seems like it has taken a toll on you from previous experiences. So I'm going to go ahead and take that distrust out and place trust into yourself, trust into your intuition, trust your discernment. Okay, trust your discernment to know when others are not in your highest good. You are allowed to be vulnerable. Not everyone can touch that vulnerability, but your vulnerability should still be seen and felt and experienced, because that is your freedom. That is, you are entitled to that freedom. You are entitled to a life of luxury and ease. And that ease means you've got your guards down. You don't always have your guards up in that space. So we're going to go ahead and transmute that to that trust of self. I see fear of getting close to others. Fayutia time you were called and when I said to the Islam, the Kiri, Okay, so Spirit is bringing up something in your DNA that is either related to a miscarriage within you or a miscarriage within your family members. So this is in your DNA, this is in your bloodline that we are reprogramming. And this is about blame to self, feeling like you have to blame your body for the things that have taken place in your life, whether that being catcalled or a miscarriage or feeling like you've had issues with your body. So your body has not been your friend in your mind. So we're pulling that thought pattern out. We're reprogramming that to your body is sacred. Your body is holy. Your body is divine support for you and your spirit to thrive. We're going to go ahead and move that energy out, reprogramming that 7888529 is that DNA code. Safoya tia tia miyo sukoya tia miya lewa na shukoya tana ya dia. Fotia yeshila miyo tuwe kiani yuwa mana yetu mana. Foya tia imia. Now we're releasing the fat cells. Sukoetia mudu sera mudu ayakia yama. Oh, that came deep from the gut. Susaya klikia niyama. Removing parasites from the large intestines. I'm seeing some kind of beef or chicken. Removing that. Pushing that through the intestines to see its way out. Sabia mi wiki ema. For muri sini ai ki ani ti obodo muri sukoe wama. Now I'm lifting up the stomach from what's hanging. Sabia mudu sai ki ani. Fayinu saya kama. Foi memoria ki ani awara sabia munia. Kia ye tia muri sukoe tie ni tia tia muri siya muri kyomo. Now I'm going to go ahead and seal it with fire. All right, I'm now closing my portals. I am no longer energetically available. I thank you for allowing me to hold sacred space with you. And whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes. How are you feeling?
I still feel good. When you were working on my breasts, it felt like someone was massaging them. And then my stomach, it's still doing something. I can't really put words to it. Like it started, felt like a pulling on the left side.
Mhm.
And then when you said you were lifting up my stomach, it felt like my stomach was actually being lifted, and because I can actually roll it a little bit because it's so fat down there. It felt like I was doing that because I do that while I'm massaging it and trying to push down some of the fat and stuff. So
Mhm.
because I've been working it and massaging it, and it felt like I was doing that, but I wasn't doing that. And then I got like a tight pull, and it's still pulling on the right side right now. So, I mean, it's a lot of stuff I'm feeling in my stomach. I can't even put words to all of it, but it feels like I'm actually, because sometimes I do it in the mirror so I can see the difference in the way my stomach is. So it feels like I'm standing in front of the mirror actually doing that to my stomach. Um, So, and it's still doing it, like, and I'm not touching my stomach right now. So it's kind of strange to feel it, and I'm not actually doing that. So yeah, and it's really tight on the right side right now.
That's good. You're going to feel some skin tightening, especially around the stomach. Anytime we do fat loss, it doesn't kind of make sense to not do skin tightening with it, because you lose the fat, your skin's gonna hang, you know? So there's gonna be some sort of pulling that together. Also, the bringing together your stomach muscles, does that resonate with you? Have you felt like since you gave birth, like some of your stomach muscles have been separated?
Yeah, and with you doing that, that's kind of how my stomach is in the front. It's kind of wide like that.
Mhm.
And as I've been trying to lose it, it's kind of sags down. So that's why I can actually lift it and kind of roll it a little bit at the bottom.
Mhm.
So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I have tried to stop mothering other people's children because I have my own.
Yeah.
So a lot of that makes a lot of sense. And it's kind of hard for one person at the moment because my daughter actually is pregnant by someone who was not mothered. So I'm having to raise him while I'm raising her. And then there's a baby about to come.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever thought about doula work?
I have not, but uh, that's funny because I was just deep in thought about that over the past couple of days and how they work and midwives and all of that stuff. So that's kind of funny that you said that.
I really feel a pull for you in that direction. So I believe that you should be compensated for your work of nurturing, because your nurturing is sacred. And I feel like you would really excel in it professionally. So I would look into it at least.
Okay.
Get you plenty of water and rest as needed, and take you some pictures. And I'm here if you need anything.
Okay. And you said the Reiki sessions and what other session you recommended?
The ancestral energy healing session.
Oh yeah, I definitely need to do that one. Okay.
I got you. Just contact me
Okay.
and I'll walk you through it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Do I leave or do I stay?
You can stay if you want. You just
Okay.
need to go on mute.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So let's move into, let's look at the comments first. Have y'all been saying anything in the comments? How y'all feeling so far? Is this process different than what y'all imagined so far? Are y'all still excited? That's the question. This feels like deja vu. I got you. I joined in a little late, Heather said. That's okay. Baby D is excited. Love to hear that. Totally okay if you joined in late, Heather, because I have this recorded so you can go back and listen to kind of like the prelude of what I was saying about this type of work. And I still haven't done you yet, so you're still on the list. I got you. All right, Baby D, you ready?
I guess so.
Not you guess.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, what 2 areas would you like to work on and what would you like done?
I want my stomach, especially the lower part, but yeah, I wanted fat loss. And then my booty, I need, especially the upper part of my butt, it needs to be your booty, like it needs to be round.
Okay.
Shape.
Okay. I'm gonna do what I can do without any fat transference.
Okay.
If you want fat transference, like a real booty, a real shift, that's gonna be in a one-on-one session with that.
Okay.
For what you're looking for, just because I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Or you know what? We could just do the thighs then.
The thighs, okay. You want
fat loss in the thighs.
Okay, so fat loss in the thighs and in the stomach.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. All right. I want you to get into a comfortable position.
Okay.
You're gonna let your shoulders rest and your body just ease into that relaxation. Take you some deep breaths. And I want you to envision your body exactly how you are shape-shifting and embodying your happiest and healthiest self. The first thing Spirit is taking me into is the right side of your temple. We're gonna go ahead and pull out old thought patterns about your body that are harmful to you at this time, that are stunting your growth. We're gonna go ahead and place positive encouragement, positive dialogue into your auric field, transmuting that into self-love and bringing you into viewing yourself with the most loving eyes. I keep hearing you're so fat as a part of like your inner dialogue or like things that people have told you. We're pulling that out. There's a lot of pressure on the right side here. Also, insecurity about your teeth. We're gonna move that on out. Transmute that into admiration. let's move into the stomach. This is where you store everyone's opinions about you. We're gonna transmute that need for validation into confidence. This is where you store your unresolved feelings towards things that people think and say. We're gonna reprogram that. So you do not carry the burden of what people think and feel anymore. You also hold guilt in your stomach for the way that you have talked about others or downed others whenever you felt insecure. Sabine wo chanana ikene se avodu so ikene wo tamana idama poete amiri shile diomuru koete amoda se aini taimiri ki amuru sukoni atai selawama kiabore se ki amiri diomuru to etai ki amanasia. We're magnetizing your self-love in this area of your life. I'm removing a blockage from your upper intestines. This is connected to buildup in your colon, which is affecting the way that you are losing weight right now. Moving that on through. Lifting the stomach up. A lot of surface level releasing. I'm also seeing a lack of boundaries here that relates to your gut. This is also correlated to having forgiveness for yourself. This is also connected to the body shape within your father's side of the family, which I'm feeling that being connected to your ribs on your upper ribs on the right side of the body. So for there's complacency in your father's side of the family, stagnancy, refusal to grow because of fear. Transmuting that into success. See everyone aware Piania for Monea Silla see me would comona. I'm stimulating some of your abdomen muscles to support the shift here. Now I'm working on the right thigh. Sabi mudu soko endere sleama. Fayini budu iside miwadane ya kamiele. Sabi mudu sore tamine wese mudu suko mona. You have a lot of gifts and talents and ideas that you have not pursued. And the reason you store energy in this thigh in particular is due to feeling like you have so much of a responsibility to do the things that you want to do, but feeling stagnant to not execute them. So needing to execute the ideas, the passions, the reason why you feel excited to wake up in your everyday, all of that is storing in this upper thigh. So we're gonna go ahead and move that energy into action so that you can feel action-based movements, action-based energy in your life to execute the things that you love. Also taking hold of other people's dreams and looking to execute those, that's gonna be in your left leg. So for it time the shella temple queer kinia what I said I'm yet. I'm also hearing nervous, like nervousness or stage fright. It's like you overcome your stage fright in the moment, but you really do feel a lot of pent up energy from feeling how other people feel about you. And you've always been tapped into what other people feel, even if you didn't know that that was a part of your sensitivity or your spiritual ability. That has sometimes halted your goals and your dreams, or halted the things that you did because, or wanted to do, because you were always considerate or overthinking, or maybe even afraid of what people would say and do if you did the things that you enjoyed in that way. Afraid of dedication, afraid that if you put all of yourself into, all of that belief into yourself, that it would not be successful still. So we're going to remove that self-doubt, transmuting it into reassurance, assurance in yourself, trusting yourself, placing that in the auric field. Releasing the fat. You hold weight in your inner thighs as a means to protect your yoni, or to protect your sacred space from feeling violated. Working on the left thigh. Deep breaths. I'm going to go ahead and seal it with fire. closing my portal. I am no longer energetically available. I thank you for allowing me to hold sacred space with you. And whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes. How are you feeling?
Girl, why you have to put me out like that though?
My bad.
You good. You good. My bad. So you can still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I was feeling I was burping and farting. So I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom real soon.
That's good. Y'all gotta go to the bathroom. Go.
So you talk about my dad family and the shape. Yeah, my grandma has this shape, and forgiveness for them, because they treated me as a black sheep. And I thought I forgave them, but I still hold on to that grudge because of my cousin. So I'm working on releasing that, forgiveness with them. I haven't faced that fear. I'm gonna talk about it. The teeth part, the teeth was like back in school days with my people talk about my teeth, and my grandma, my mom, she spent $8,000 to get my teeth fixed. And still something that people still talked about. It was recently just talked about Sunday where somebody was talking about my teeth. And then the dreams and the talents, I told you, yeah, I wanted to, go after my dream, but so many different people's opinions like made me stop acting, stop following my dream. So definitely everything was on point.
Did you feel any movement through the body?
Yes, so it felt like he was pulling on my stomach area. I feel like my digestive system was going through. That's why I was farting. And my thighs was getting tight.
Good. Good. Take you some pictures, drink you plenty of water, use the bathroom. Let me know if you need any support or assistance afterwards. And yeah, and celebrate your body, celebrate yourself. You have come such a long way in your journey, and that is to be celebrated.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your energy, and thank you for your time.
Always. Thank you.
Thank you. Love you.
I love you too. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna look at the chat. Did I go over how to process emotions in the moment? I was a little late as well. That's something that we can go ahead and take a little intermission, since I've been doing this for an hour and 30. So I'm gonna take a little intermission. How do we process emotions in the moment? One of the best ways to do that is to start recognizing what your emotions feel like. So if you start feeling angry, what is the signs of anger for you? Do you start sweating? Do you start welling up in tears because you're frustrated? Do you start feeling uncomfortable in your gut? So being able to be more mindful and present in your everyday life, it will equate to you getting a handle on the signs of your emotions before they come. Now, I like to look at emotions as a friend. Emotions are teachers, they are friends, they are meant to give us signals of what is going on with us, right? And that's a beautiful thing. But friends do not live in your house, right? Your body is your temple, it's your home. your friends ain't gonna come over and start changing the thermostat, right? So they don't need to live there. If your emotions are living in your body, it is time to evict them. It is time to get rid of them. It's time to say, I'm sorry, you gotta go. I thank you for coming though. It was fun. I'm glad we had this talk. I'm glad we kicked it, you know? So like being able to look at your emotions from a different perspective often shifts the way you deal with emotions, right? So if y'all are feeling, if you're feeling anger in the moment, what you can do is say, okay, let me take a step back. Let me take a step back and let me honor this emotion. Okay, emotions, whenever we say, no, I'm not mad, and you're really mad, that is suppression. That is ignoring what you feel. That's not helping you. That is storing the energy in your body. Okay, if you do not acknowledge something, where is it gonna go? It done came up in your house. It done came up in your body, in your temple, and now you're just saying, yeah, that's not here. It clearly is. So we can't ignore that we have feelings, right? Feelings are a part of life and a part of this human experience. And if we engage in them and we have healthy dialogue with them and we get to the root of the emotion, we're able to fine tune the process. We're able to make sure that they're not stored in the body, and acting or doing something about the emotion, doing something to actually release the emotion is very healthy. So when somebody got you messed up, if somebody is disrespecting you, you need to set your boundaries and say something about it, right? Or cut that person off, but speak your truth, right? So speak your truth, or you can journal about it. You can write it down and burn it. These are great ways to release emotions. You can cry about it. Crying is a wonderful release. You can bring it to the altar. That's something I love to do. When I'm feeling uncomfortable in something, I'm gonna take it to the altar and I'm gonna sit with my highest self. I'm gonna sit with my spirit team. You can run and exercise while still intentionally getting that emotion out, right? Because some people exercise as an escape. Okay, if your exercising is not intentional, it is not a form of release. Okay, let's get that out the way. Exercising without the intention of release is not helping you. Okay, so if you're gonna exercise or move it out of your body, you need to be contemplative on what that emotion is trying to bring you. What is this trying to teach you? Is it trying to teach you that you need to speak up for yourself? Is it trying to teach you that you don't need to be putting yourself in certain situations with people no more? Okay, don't put the blame externally. When we deal with emotions, we don't need to say, well, you made me mad. No, you are mad about something that this person did, but they do not have that power over you, right? So a part of it is accountability. If we do not acknowledge and are accountable for the way that we feel, then we will forever disassociate. And disassociation is not the answer. That's how we store things in the body, right? So just keep that in mind, that you can do things in the moment. But if you feel it coming on, take a step back and say, you know what? Let me like really, sit with this feeling. Why do I feel this way? What is the root of this? Like, for example, who's here right now? For example, Shamari and I could be having a conversation. I'm just gonna pick on you real quick. So Shamari and I could be having a conversation, and Shamari says something, and I'm like, I don't like that. That makes me mad, or I can't believe you said that. That is Shamari. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That ain't got nothing to do with me. But if it's a disrespect, if Shamari is like, Zayne, I think you just blah, 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 and starts giving an unsolicited opinion that I ain't asked for, then I'm gonna say, Shamari, I respect your opinion about me, but it ain't got nothing to do with me, and you didn't ask me if I wanted that, right? So I'm gonna say, don't overstep my boundaries. That's properly addressing the situation before I go home and be like, man, I should have said something to Shamari about that. Like, you don't, if you're going to regret not addressing it, then why not address it? You know, most of us don't have lack of accountability. We have lack of communication. So a lot of our issues with other people just requires communication, healthy communication. Your emotions should not be dictating the conversation. If you are speaking out of anger and not out of your peace, then that anger is now possessing you. If you're speaking out of hurt and sadness and disappointment and expectations, that is your ego directing the conversation. That is your emotion possessing you. Okay. We are possessed every day by all types of things, and emotions are one of them, right? So if we are not careful and mindful of the way that we deal with our emotions begin to get real comfortable in our body, and they start navigating our relationships. They start navigating our life. They start navigating our conversations instead of just letting our core and our spirit navigate our life. So that is the difference. So when you notice that you are starting to place blame externally, when you notice that you're feeling uncomfortable, and even if you don't know what the feeling is, if you're in a conversation and you say, you know what, give me a moment, I need to like figure out how I'm feeling, or let me get back to you on this because I don't really want to respond out of something that I'm not at the root with yet, you know? So like you can communicate with the people you care about and say, let me come back to you on this. I'm learning to deal with my emotions. I'm feeling something right now. I need to deal with it, right? So whenever you are dealing with that, you need to be transparent with yourself and with others. If you are not honest, you are in denial. That denial is storing your emotions in your body. Denial and neglect is when you're going to store that energy in your body. And being able to address it in the moment and say, you know what, I really was triggered because Shamari came after, you know, something that I did, but really I was triggered because my mom used to say the same thing. You know, so like most of the time it's not your issue in the moment, it's actually deeper rooted. So if you are triggered by something, it's deeper rooted. You got to pull that root out. You got to get to the root. You can't just say, well, yeah, you made me mad because you said this. No, I felt mad because I was a little bit triggered and I needed to get to the root of my issues with my mother, you know? So like getting to the root of it, it really helps. And it really helps you to understand what you can do about it, and actually to work through the current conversation or the current situation with a clear head, a clear mind. Sometimes we are going into it feeling so hazy and our spirit can't get through to us because we are just we're possessed by the emotion. We are possessed by the hurt. We are possessed by the truth. So get to the root of it. And in the moment, when you feel something, consciously say, okay, what can I learn from this? When you do that and you learn from it and you process it and you work through it and then you release it, you say, I honor you. I thank you for coming. I thank my emotions for coming because they remind me to take care of myself. Emotions remind me to take care of me. And if your emotions are making you frustrated and flustered and whatever, you taking your anger out on the wrong things. You taking your frustration and flusteredness out on the wrong things. You need to deal with yourself. So when you deal with yourself and you sit in meditation, you sit and write things down, you sit and process the things that you have felt, you're going to revisit some things from the past. And in doing so, you're going to start removing old weight from your body, and you're going to start removing and changing the way that you deal with things as they surface so that you're not replacing that energy back into your body. So that is my tidbit on that. Do y'all have questions on that? Let me look at the chat. Heather said, been burping since I got on here. Yes. Hey, Shamari, peace and blessings. Not acting on emotions has been one heck of a battle for me. I feel you, Heather. Leah says, so good, spitting that truth. Shamari said, yes, I do that. I need to stop. Heather said, yep, that's my problem because my emotions hit, I get mad and then I snap. Yeah, your emotions can't be dictating how you live. Leah said, if speaking out of anger instead of peace, it is that anger, that negative lower vibration is possessing you. Yeah. Yes, that is the beautiful Luna tuna you see in the bag. Gallivanting. So beautiful. My emotions remind me to take care of me. I keep feeling like I need to poop, but my stomach is still moving around. I always try to keep my emotions in check. Cece, that's beautiful. Use the bathroom as needed, y'all. Like for real. Definitely. And so, Cece, something I want to say too is whenever you sometimes I've caught myself doing this, like keeping my emotions in check, but not actually dealing with them. Like I'll be like, I'm feeling mad, and then I'll be like, okay, and that's it, and I just keep on going, instead of actually saying why do I feel mad. So I'm not picking on you, CC, but I just wanted to bring that up because I feel like it's important that sometimes we keep our emotions in check and we bottle that shit inside. Like we say, oh, well, let me not take it out on you, so let me just put it here. And if you don't deal with it, like it has to come out in some way. It just needs to come out in a way of health, like in a healthy manner, right? That's good that you do acknowledge them. It's good that you step away and come back to the situation, but I wanted to use that as an example because so many of us bottle it up. We bottle it up. And sometimes we shut down. Anadi, I hope I'm saying your name right. Anadi, I hope I'm saying it right. Please correct me in the chat or, okay, Anadi, okay. I wanted to make sure. But yes, that's exactly it. It's good to address things as they surface. Cece said, I had a situation Friday last week and said, okay, it's not your fault. I'll deal with the person that has the power to correct that particular situation. Good. Sometimes people don't know any better and you have to go to the person above them. Yep. Speaking of using the bathroom, I need to go to the restroom real quick, y'all. So I'm going to turn up my skin tightening sound healing that I'm playing in the back. I'm going to turn that up. Give me 2 minutes to take a little bathroom break and I will be right back. Let's see. How do I don't, how do I? Okay. Not me not knowing how to, here we go. There we go. Okay. Let me turn this up for y'all. I'll be right back. All right, divine beings, I'm back. Thank you for being a friend. All right, let me look at these comments in the chat. Yes, okay. So if we are all ready, I'm gonna jump back into these sessions. Oh, thank you, Chloe. Hi, it's so good for you to be here, Divine. Thank you, thank you. Let's see, the next person that I have on here is sorry, I'm going down my list. Okay, Heather. Peace and blessings, Divine. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. What 2 areas would you like contoured and what would you like done?
So I've been through a lot of stress in my life, so I wear it on my face with all my wrinkles and scars. So that, and then the tummy I can't get rid of.
Okay, so you want fat loss on the tummy?
Yes.
Okay, and then skin tightening on the face.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So I want you to get into your most comfy position. You can close your eyes. Let's do some deep breathing. And slowly exhaling. I want you to envision your healthiest and happiest self in front of you. And really just soak in what that version of you looks like and feels like. Breathing it in nice and deep. Immediately, Spirit is taking me to judgment in your heart and judgment in your mind. And a lot of this is on the right side. This is where you have taken on the perception that you are not beautiful or that you wish you would look differently, which is okay. I want you to go ahead and breathe in that self-acceptance. I'm also seeing that you're self-aware of your hair. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that out and just bring in healthy, beautiful hair and the knowing that your body, your healthy, amazing body is capable of shifting exactly how you see fit. And I'm pulling that judgment out of the heart as well. As sometimes you project this judgment onto others, so there is forgiveness here. Spirit has me pulling out energy from the left ear. And this is also correlated to needing to have discernment for the things that you intake and consume in your life. Being more mindful of what you consume, and also being more educated, doing more research on the things that you consume, whether that be in your lifestyle, your diet, television, the things that you listen to, just pulling that out and transmuting that into mindfulness. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and work on the face. Provide skin tightening here. You definitely wear a lot of your day-to-day stress on your face. Spirit says, work on not frowning so much. Allow yourself to smile and be in gratitude, to smile more about things in your life. And I'm also hearing like keeping up with the Joneses. Like sometimes you want to keep up, like I see you trying on different creams or different oils, things that are mainstream, but Spirit says that if you just rely on healthy diet and herbs, your face and your wrinkles will soften and it will tighten up naturally. But I'm also pulling them back here, reprogramming the cells to not take on the stress that comes with how people perceive you. This is also correlated to you putting on a face for other people when you don't want people to know your true intention or what you're really doing at this time, or how you're doing even. Like I'm seeing that you put on this mask so that the real you is not really seen, and that could be habitual. That could be just from what you've been taught in your family from being a little girl. I'm seeing that you've had to not be yourself in the presence of other people, and this has permanently, what felt like permanently did damage to you, but you can change the way that you operate and move in your life. And Spirit is saying that if you go ahead and take the mask off and allow yourself to be upset when you're upset, and allow yourself to be joyous and celebrate you when you're joyous and celebrate you. And not worry about who is watching or who is listening or what other people have to say. A lot of this is about what other people got going on instead of just loving you for you and embracing you for you. Spirit says it's all within you. All of this joy, all of this peace, it's in you already. I'm working on the chin right now. This has a lot to do with you properly correlating your feelings and relating that to the people that you care about. I feel a lot of frustration in the throat. And we're gonna pull that out and bring it, transmute it into clear communication. You no longer have to feel ashamed for who you are. This is also connected to your left wrist. The left wrist is symbolic to how flexible you feel when receiving from others. And I'm feeling like a lot of offense, like you've taken offense to the way that people feel or the way people move. And Spirit says it's not for you to take so personally. Everyone's actions is not about you. It's not going to benefit you all the time. It's not going to align with you all the time. And that's okay. If things do not align with you, if someone is not aligning with you, then so be it. That is them and their life. They're allowed to do what makes them happy. And you feeling offended by the way people give to you, or maybe people are even giving to you in a way that they know how, but you want them to give to you in a certain way. So there's a sense of control here. And you seeking to control other people is because you feel lack of control within self. So Spirit is saying, go ahead and look within, focus on controlling your own self, and know that if someone else does not resonate with you, then that is okay. You will have plenty of people that do resonate with you to come into your life and to reciprocate you in the ways that is meant to be reciprocated. But you're also going to have to stop giving yourself until you're run dry. You can't just keep giving and giving and giving without giving to yourself and expect someone else to fill your cup. You are meant to fill your cup. You are meant to fulfill you. So you having expectations on other people, those expectations is what's in your brow here, around your brow and your forehead. These expectations are not healthy. And once you let them go, you will start loving people for who they are and allowing them to be who they are. As you allow yourself to be who you are without the burden of others' expectations. Working on some of the dark circles around the eyes here. I'm gonna go ahead and move into the stomach. Sabia meduso ikire miyawana masana. Spirit says you need more flexibility in your life. We're removing thought patterns around abundance, feeling like you are coming from a place of lack or even poverty. I'm also seeing that this is rooted in your ancestors, where your ancestors have experienced poverty so that they felt like they needed extra weight on them, especially around the gut area. We're reprogramming this DNA code 111825. This DNA code is directly correlated to starvation and being afraid to starve, being afraid and coming from that place of lack mentality. So we're going to go ahead and remove that and reinforce it into your true natural abundance, into your safety and security. Go ahead and tell yourself right now that you have everything that you need. You are not starving. You are not going without. I'm seeing you writing. You're writing a story. This could be short stories, poetry, something that gives you expression. I'm seeing where you need to let your expression shine. You have this beautiful voice, this beautiful inner dialogue that can reach people, but you operate from fear. We're transmuting that fear into courage. Putting that in the auric field for you to operate in your true passion and joy. Nabia TH Kim do Suku to the Behagi Kianiama. Removing parasites from the lower intestines. You need to start drinking elderberry for your immune system boost. Sabi me do suku etini etia when I'm hukura. Kwamine isi there, you know. Is this correlated to your mother? No, your father's mother. Your father's mother. There is trauma that's embedded here, that's connected to the ribs, that's connected to your father's mother. And your father's mother is dealing with abusive traumas. Having to be silenced, which may cause you to rebel because you're feeling that silencing. Sabi murusu kweti nieba. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and place fire to seal these places here. All right, I'm now closing my portals. I am no longer energetically available. I thank you for allowing me to hold sacred space with you at this time. Whenever you are ready, you can open your eyes and let me know how you're feeling.
I'm feeling pretty relieved right now. I felt almost like pins and needles on my face. I felt, whenever you were talking about my throat, I felt it got real dry and started hurting. I had to get a sip of my water. And in my stomach, it was almost like when I was pregnant, when the baby first started moving, like butterflies in your stomach. And I also felt like a slight stabbing pain in the right side of my stomach, briefly, but it went away. As far as me, you slapped me. Everything you said slapped me back and forth. I have quite a few people tell me I have some of the worst resting bitch face they've ever seen. So yeah, I don't smile enough, and I do constantly walk around with like just a mug on my face, and I really don't know why that is, because I tend to be a joking person and a laughing person, but the look on my face, people almost are scared to approach me, and people at my job are like, "We were scared of you when you first came here," and I'm like, "Well, I don't know why. I'm like the least threat of all y'all. I'm a 40-year-old woman that has 3 kids and mind my business," but it was just how I looked. So yeah, I do have a problem with that and not smiling enough. And everything you said pretty much hit home. I recently, within the past year and a half, found out who my actual biological father is, so I don't really know much about that side of the family. So I'm not sure on that just because I don't know them very well. But yeah, everything pretty much hit home.
That's good. Get you some pictures
Okay.
and plenty of water. Get you some rest as needed. You may feel a little bit of sickness as you purge the energy out of your body. That's common. It's not everybody feels it, but I just like to put that out there that if you do feel like mucus coming up or like shifts in your bowel movements or urination, a lot of that is very common. So take care of yourself and reach out to me if you need anything. I'm happy, or if you just want somebody to talk to about things, changes that are taking place. And keep taking pictures over the next few weeks in those areas, especially so that you can see differences. Earlier on, whenever you go back and listen to the replay, I don't think you were here at the beginning, were you?
No, I wasn't.
When you go back to the replay, I'll talk a lot about tracking progress and things that you can do in the meantime too. So
Okay.
let me know if I can assist you in anything else.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Also, to y'all who just came in, and you as well, Heather, there's promo codes in the chat box for you guys for one-on-one sessions if that's something that you're interested in. So there, it's a promo code for the bundle and for the one-on-one. So if y'all would like more detailed or full body sessions, I'm happy to let me go up then and put them in here. I'll just recopy them and paste them. Here we go. All right. Also, to answer your question, Chloe, I may have some time to take you or other people who did not pay for the session. I had spots open earlier, like 2 weeks ago. I had 12 spots open that for people to get in on this event to actually be contoured on, but we've already filled up those spots. If I have time left over before the next hour is up, then I'm going to take people who would like to be contoured. But I honestly don't know how much time we'll have left. Either way, everybody who is here can use the promo codes. So whether you signed up for a session or not through this event, you can utilize the promo codes. And it's okay. I was just saying that we already have the spots filled for this event, but if we have time left over at the end, then I'll be taking those who didn't sign up for the event. Yes, Anita, you are on the list. So I got you. I got you. In fact, let me see, you're actually next. So Anita, please let me know if you are ready and I will get you on here. All right. You can either, you don't have to be on camera, but if you'd like to be on camera, you can. Sorry, y'all. And then you can unmute yourself so that we can talk and go from there.
Okay. Hello.
Peace, Divine. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. All right. What 2 areas would you like contoured and what would you like done?
I'm just open. I'm not exactly sure what to choose, so I'm open. Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. Well, I will go ahead and tap in and see what your spirit wants me to work on then. What I would like you to do in the meantime is to get comfortable, get into a position where you can close your eyes and just relax into your body.
Okay.
You can go ahead and rest your shoulders, And breathe in very deep. Let the breath move through your body. And then as you exhale, releasing any stress. I want you to envision your happiest and healthiest self, the version of you that you are shape-shifting into in all of your divinity. And I want you to hold this vision of you in your mind. All right. Sabi mulu salay kini sri te amanu su kumli amna wana islamu kayin miyati awara isimu ko umuna. So spirit has me moving to your arms. So I'm gonna go ahead and work on your arms here. I'm working on your left arm. You're not really sure of other people's intentions, and there has become like a barrier in your trust, and you hold this energy in your left arm. So I'm pulling that out so that you can trust yourself, trust your discernment, your intuition. I'm also feeling a lot of buildup, almost like heartburn coming up into the throat area. And this is directly correlating to you needing to state your boundaries with people on things that you do not wish to receive from them. And the things that you do wish to receive from them. Sometimes you can be prideful or stubborn when it comes to receiving help. And you store this energy in your arms. Transmuting that into surrender. Transmuting lack of boundaries or lack of communication to clear communication of what you need and want. I'm doing some tightening in the arms as well as some fat removal here. Nabi Mulusure, Tia, can be senior when I'm a new Kurma. Tia Buddha Medishile, Tia, the Kututu Medishka came in and I did Amanabi. Tavi Mulusale, Mudisha, So I'm actually getting a vision of either this is a previous soul experience. I'm seeing you a part of a tribe that values and honors mothers or caretakers with very big arms, like very fatty based arms, because it was, I see you holding this baby and the baby is resting its head on the arm fat that is taking place here. And I see that in the DNA, in the lineage. And this is actually correspondence to wealth and nurturing and security for the community in this tribe. I'm gonna rewrite this programming, although we're gonna still honor this experience and honor what is what is taking place here. We're not gonna hold on to it in the body. So we're gonna go ahead and transmute that, bring that into your conscious mind. So we're gonna bring that memory into the conscious mind, and I'm going to release the fat cells that are holding on to that. Savia mirusu kwa tendia wanimiari kuti mjushu kutia mrawa dani kebuti sai kania mrawa. Savia mirutia kuri ke mirutia nemo. All right, working on the next arm on the right side. You sometimes have power struggles in your family, maybe even in your work area. People feeling like they can overpower you or wanting to show up more powerful so that you are not taken advantage of. Spirit is reminding you that you are allowed to rest and that you do not have to fight for dominance in your life. Pulling that out and transmuting that into power, personal power in your own auric field. Allowing your personal power and energy to speak for you. Tightening up. This is correlated to your inner child being bullied, your inner child feeling like they have not left the past. They have not left the place of trauma for them. Also feeling powerless sexually, sensually. This is also correlated to molestation as a child. This is rooted to the lower part of your back. So if you've been experiencing pain in the lower back or discomfort, this is connected to your right arm. Fabia Vodosre Kene Mune. Sabi Muri Suko and Nana. Spirit is reminding you to give from your heart space and to not come to the people that you give to with expectations of something in return. Trust and believe that Spirit will return to you what you have given, but you shouldn't give with the expectation of receiving. You shouldn't give to receive, because your intentions will be coming from a place that is not in truth. So if you're giving to seek validation, you need to check the way that you're giving and give from the heart and forgive others that you have placed this expectation on. And more importantly, give to yourself more. We're transmuting this sense of validation, seeking validation into self-love, placing that right in the heart space so that you are nourishing yourself without the desire of others being your, to be your nourishment. No one else can be your nourishment but you. Now we're gonna work on your back. I feel a lot of tension, lower mid back, as well as around the sides and the stomach here. Navia Burisua removing lies and deceit from the family. There feels like a lot of burden to hold secrets for the family mid-back. So we're gonna transmute that into allowing your voice to be heard, your story to be heard, for you not to hold the burdens of other people. That is not your responsibility. Or tightening up the skin in the back, releasing fat here. Adjusting the hips. I see that your left hip was a little bit elevated, so we're pushing that to be straight with your other hip, to straighten out your spine and to allow the flow of energy to move more gracefully. There's a lot of responsibility in your back, and this is where you take on karmic burdens, especially dealing with romantic relationships. You tend to carry the burden of your lovers on your back. Transmuting that, releasing from the back and the spine. I'm also going to stimulate some muscles in the back just to provide your spine some more support. Now I'm going to go ahead and seal it up with fire. Now I'm closing my portals. I am no longer energetically available. I thank you for allowing me to be present in this sacred holy space with you. And whenever you're ready, you can gently open your eyes. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a lot much better. I feel very light, and I felt kind of like a buzzing feeling throughout my arms, my hands, and I was having a very bad headache, and it just went away.
That's good.
Yes. And about what you were saying, how do I say this? I didn't know about the child molestation. That kind of caught my attention because um, I feel like I have issues of a person that has been molested when they were a child, and I always ask myself, is it something that maybe I blocked
Mm-hmm.
remembering, or I don't know if I was too young to remember, but I do feel in me that something happened, but I just can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but yeah, that everything that you said was right on spot. And
Glad.
you bringing up about the tribe, that I did not know anything about that. That really surprised me. Yeah.
Mm. And it doesn't come up all the time, but it's interesting why we our body remembers, like our energy is made up of everything that we've experienced, whether it be this lifetime, a different lifetime, different ancestral things that have taken place. So our DNA is encoded with all of that. So our body takes on the form of that. And it was something that definitely showed up for you. And, you know, maybe you can dive more into that or meditate on that and see how that resonates with you further. Because there's probably other things that you can dissect from that soul experience too, to see why certain other things are taking place in your life too.
Yeah, right now I'm working on just getting to know myself more, finding myself, stepping into my power, learning to speak up and not walk in fear, because I feel like fear is what always keeps me from doing things that I really want to do, because I overthink
Mm-hmm.
too much. So yeah.
Well, I'm proud of you. I'm happy for you. And take some pictures today and take pictures throughout the next few weeks and see how you're feeling and let me know if you need anything.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Of course, it's been an honor.
My, it's been an honor as well.
All right, have a good night.
You as well. Goodbye.
All right, so the next person that we have on here is, okay, let me look at the chats. Oh my gosh. Cece, I just got your message, and yes, I'm so excited for you. That's beautiful. All right, so let's go ahead and take, let's see, let's take Ashley. Ashley, you can feel free to get on camera if you want. If not, that's okay. I just love to hear your beautiful voice if you are available.
Hello.
Peace, Savon. How you feeling?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Good. You just had a full session with me. How have you been feeling since then?
I've been feeling so. I'll tell you what, like my mindset and like my, I don't know, like emotional things, that just shadow work has kind of been coming up for me. I was going, because like right when I got the one-on-one session, I had just been going through so much, and then like I endured so much like right around it, and it just like sent me on a big shift that I like so needed.
I'm so glad. What areas would you like to work? Oh, go ahead.
For this, I signed up for this before I even signed up for the one-on-one session, but I was like, okay, well, I'll do it too, like whatever.
I'm glad you did.
House. I told you I was on my way home from work, so I've been listening in and watching it.
That's all good. Do you want to go now or wait until you get home?
Yeah, I can. I'm not literally about to pull up.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Go ahead now. I'm pretty much here.
Oh, okay, cool. So what areas of the body would you like to work on and what would you like done?
Okay, so I think my back has made major like improvements already, but I do feel like still on my back and then like my lower stomach.
Okay.
My stomach in general, the whole like everything, whatever.
Okay. So your stomach and your back. Did I hear that right?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, yes.
Okay, awesome. So there you are. Hi. All right. Are you getting comfortable in the car or you want to go inside? Okay. So I want you to get into your comfy place. We're gonna relax the body. Take some deep breaths in. Deep breathing. And allowing the love and peace to move into your body. I want you to envision your happiest and healthiest self. And I want you to hold that vision of you in your mind during this session. Sabia murusu kiri timliu suru tibura na mria kialeo muna waboya yesle tiburusu kuala krimis fudusu tiwa muria kikele kabia mi suru tiamuru sire kiamala yumunu Sabia kili Paguri Wamaya Yidana We're working on your back first. A part of you wants to be seen and appreciated by the people that you care, or you care about their opinions, and this stores in your sides going into your back. This is where you carry those back rolls. I'm gonna go ahead and move that arm out and push that into your own self-love. I'm also transmuting that into celebration from the ones that you care for. Celebration more into your connections, into your community. And appreciation for all that you do. For you to feel that appreciation. Sabimidi sukonde selaumunuata. Varimieti resia kumuriti murisiamo. I also see a facade here where you put on the front that you are strong and confident and like you've gotten things taken care of, but there's a part of you that is afraid to be vulnerable about when you are scared or when you are afraid of failing or not being successful, or when you're afraid of standing out. I'm even seeing like stage fright or afraid of publicity, afraid of being famous. This is also connected to fear of being well off, fear of being royalty. I'm feeling that's also connected to your left ear, to your intuition. I'm pulling out blockages here, transmuting this fear into acceptance and courage. I'm pulling some parasites out of your gut, which is also connected to your liver, where you're holding anger and frustration. I'm gonna pull that out, transmuting that into love, transmuting that into joy and peace. Spirit is telling me to rebuild your stomach lining from greasy and spicy foods. Which will help you to gain more minerals from the things that you eat. Now we're removing from the stomach. Removing self-doubt from the stomach, transmuting it into full trust and belief in self. Navia pedusura tenekene, Bami mudisura maikene, Payene Bodaria, where Muroko, Tesla, New Mania. Tavia be lifting up the stomach now. Taking inflammation out of the gut. Vasia Puro Mutu Koetana skin tightening. Tavia Media Tia Shikumu Kureniama. Fuamonari Diamana. Muru Babanani and Taiko Kritin to Mudisuke Murishu Burma. Savam. We're transmuting a lot of resentment on the father side. This could even be towards a father figure that's heavily resting at the bottom of the gut. This is someone who has played a big part in you not trusting your intuition when it has told you to move in a certain way, and instead you sacrificed yourself instead for this person. Feeling violated by this person, transmuting that into your personal power, into your acceptance of the situation, into your own wealth and prosperity. Now we're wrapping the stomach. I'm gonna seal it with fire. I am now closing my portals. I am no longer energetically available. I thank you for allowing me to hold sacred space with you. And whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes. How you feeling? Wait, you're on mute. Wait.
Okay, sorry.
You're good.
I just slept for an hour, like I feel like refreshed. But did you say I'm feeling that with fire? Because I swear I could feel like a burn.
Yeah, I seal it with fire.
Okay, that's so weird because like as you were saying that, I could like I could feel it on there. I could feel so much more this time. Like I guess trying to also be more conscious of what I was feeling. But like I could feel you when you were working on my back. I could feel it in the like it felt like kind of like little pokes going down my back. I could kind of feel it around my side. A lot of feeling this time.
That's good. That's good. It's girl, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Luna Tuna. It's very, especially after the first session, if you may have felt things in the first session that we did, but it's like once you start unblocking those areas, like you're able to feel them a lot deeper, like when movement is taking place. So I'm not shocked that you feel things a little bit more this time around, and you should continuously feel more movement as things move on. But hydrate with plenty of water, get you some rest as needed, take pictures, continue to take photos of how your progress is. And if you have questions or if you need support, feel free to reach out to me anytime.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course. I'll talk to you soon. All right. So the next person we have is, let's see, it's off the list. All right, Leah. Is Leah still here? Hi, Leah. Feel free to come on either video or just unmuting.
I couldn't get it back on. You know, I'm not a techie girl.
It's all good. How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm feeling all the things during the session. So it's so interesting to see how we're connected. Every time it amazes. Like when I start burping or doing light language during someone else's session.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm gonna get you some video. It might not be good video.
All video is good video.
Oh my gosh. Let me see for it. Wait for it. Oh, not it. Let me flip that camera.
Okay, we got some video.
Oh no. Oh my gosh, y'all. I'm sorry. Bear with
It's all
me.
good.
Oh my goodness. I was trying to do too much stuff. I don't know how to flip it.
I wish I could help.
Oh, we got it.
There we go. Look at you.
Here I am.
We got all types of good video.
Yeah, you might have a puppy too.
So, love, what areas would you like worked on? What 2 areas, and what would you like done?
I know skin arm tightening.
Mhm.
Everything said about that resonates for me. And then I had a question because I missed the explanation. And I know I need stomach womb stuff, but also the skin under my butt, like I'd like it lifted and toned. I don't know if
Okay.
that's to me, it seems related because it's all there and the issues. I just don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. Did anybody choose butt? Booty?
So what I had explained about this was that if you want me to take fat from another area of the body and put it into the butt, that would be a separate one-on-one session because of the type of work that, like, it's extra steps basically. It's not impossible.
Yeah,
but
mine's
if you just want skin tightening,
yeah,
and like lifting, I can do that.
Okay.
Here,
yeah,
like that's not an issue.
Yeah, it's basically like lower and womb. Fupa is what comes to mind.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, butt, under butt tightening.
So your fupa area, it may be connected to that in
Yeah.
terms of like what you hold there, like what you store there. But it would still be two separate areas. So would you prefer your arms and your butt or your arms and your fupa?
Let's go arm.
Arms and fupa?
Yeah, that's the deeper ancestral stuff that I know I'm holding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then let's get it. All right, we're gonna get into a comfortable position. I want you to close your eyes and allow your body to rest. Allowing the breath to carry in love and compassion into your body. And as you exhale, releasing stagnant energy. I want you to envision your happiest and healthiest self in your mind. And I want you to breathe in all of that magnificent divine energy into your present self. We're going to begin with your right arm. Savini YouTube Sle Kinene Slavuna Mudia Tamraya Komuru Suvana Farine Shilam Mudia Muru Jamudi Tire Shilam Yotumure Saki Tavia Mudu Suete Amule Kili Tunguru Haki Kitty Simigate in a Guru for Mana. Paisia Tiama. Paisia Tiamina Wikine. Then be able to walk Kumuri Tinia. Paisia Bumuria Kania Wabania near Fabia to Sudea Pamania Wab. Tia Kumu Kriti Sinia where I dare. The skin has sagged on this area, particularly the right arm, because of the weight or burden of what accountability has felt like for you in your life. And Spirit is asking you to not look at accountability as a burden, but for accountability to just be a natural part of you accepting who you are in your life. So we're going to pull that out and bring it into your auric field as acceptance. We're transmuting it into acceptance that you are who you are and that you are worthy of being accountable for. And instead of accountability feeling like a burden, it can feel like a blessing. It can feel like harnessing your power. It can feel like dictating where your power goes instead of your power being given away too freely. I'm seeing Spirit putting a cap, like putting a cap on a soda or cap on a beverage, because you're needing to, like, I see your power being shaken up and it's fizzing out. And Spirit is like, put a cap on it, because not everyone is meant to feel you, and you are not meant to feel everyone. And the more you harness your ability, the more you are accountable for your ability, the less of a burden it feels, because then you start to choose more wisely of where your energy goes. And so as we tighten up this right underarm, this is here to remind you that your accountability is a blessing. Your accountability is meant for you to harness your power and for your choice, for your ability to choose in your life. Savia mudu kayitiania salayutua ba ma dadare kiani musua kayundi siletiamia kirumbusu de amara kema toy siletiamia terra where I'm Spirit also has me brushing off the shoulders. Reminding you not to take on other people's burdens in efforts to escape your own. Listen closely, child. Your great grandmother has come to you with messages that you must listen to closely about your lineage, and this will free up a lot of the energy in your back that feels burdensome, a lot of the energy that feels stagnant, for you to be able to move your spine more flexibly. You will need to listen in meditation as well as in your dreams. There's a lot of intuitive things that are coming to the surface that you will need to write down in order to release. Write down in order to release. Write your own messages as much as you write others. Now moving on to the left arm. This is deeply related to your confidence. You are worthy of reciprocity. Whatever reciprocity you receive, you hold it in your arms, because it's like you don't want to let go of it. You have spent so long not being received, not being understood, not being met with the same energy. And so a part of you is holding on to every little bit that you can get from those that do receive you. And that often leads you to settling for less, because you want to hold on and cherish that, which nothing wrong with cherishing the things that people do for us, but do not allow that to blind you to being open to receive. You are worthy of greater. Tabia mudusuka and Payimia. I'm elevating some of your arm muscles to support the change. Now we're gonna work on the fupa area. Savia Midu Sophia, Fami Midi Piti, me came, Davia Mudu Sutra, Manaya Kenya,
Tavia Midu Suku Abamaya Taya Wayamania Tialeti of Kupunis Kuyesa. Definitely the need to protect your womb, feeling abandonment lives in this space. We're gonna move that out. Abandonment cannot live here anymore. We're transmuting that into a safe haven, a safe community, trust within self, trust within intimacy. Tightening the skin here, releasing shame from the hips. This shame is not only from being degraded, but also degrading others at a place that felt lower in your life. That shame, placing blame on others. We're transmuting that shame into acceptance here. We're transmuting that blame onto others into accountability. We're gonna release the accountability of your abuser and give that accountability back to the abuser instead of you holding on to it. You hold a lot of grievance for loss of 4 babies. Your spirit lost of 4 babies here. We're transmuting that grievance into love, transmuting that into acceptance, honoring those that you have released back into the astrals, while still holding your need to nurture and mothering close, and embracing that you are allowed to mother and nurture other things in your life. You are honored, you are loved. Sapia Muru Kulum Pokwan Hekimi. Removing your father's abuse to your mother, transmuting that into love, releasing it and letting it go. Releasing verbal abuse from your womb. Tightening the skin here. And now I'm going to seal it with fire. I am now closing my portals. I am no longer energetically available. I thank you for allowing me to hold sacred space with you in this moment. And whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes. How are you feeling?
I'm at powerful. Really. The thing about the 4 babies got me because I don't know whose those were. And I don't know. Yeah. So that one made me emotional, but the whole thing was powerful and spot on. So thank you so much.
Of course.
The 4 babies, can I ask if I know likely linked to yeah, my family. I haven't been pregnant. Can you share that with me? Ghost spirit not wanting me to know it.
One of them is your mother's miscarriage before you. Two of them are from a previous soul experience. The last one you have carried with you for a very long time. This was a loss of a baby with a man that you loved very dearly who ended up dying and transitioning, and you were not able to conceive by him again. But you carry his child for a while, and then the child needed to be released into back into the astrals because you were grieving the father's death so intensely. This is 6 lifetimes ago, 6 soul experiences past. Yeah. You're welcome. I just surround you in love as you transmute that.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be okay.
So bad.
Thank you.
And the
Thank
camera
you,
went
thank
all
you.
days Jasper and everything. But I'm sorry, y'all. It was a good show.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Are you I want you to get some water and some rest is needed. Take pictures, even your fupa. and embrace yourself now, you know, and really be present with you. And let me know if I can be of assistance for you in any type of way. I love you too. Peace. All right. Good night.
Good night.
All right. Cece said she's got all kind of gas. That's very common, y'all. If y'all feel gas, needing to urinate, use the bathroom, anything that is correlating to releasing, you may be burping a lot, crying, sneezing, coughing. These are all things of release. Yawning is another one. There's many different types of release though, so feel free to look. Leah got it. she got Leah got the transference of yawning. But that was perfect. Is there anybody here that I missed that paid for a session? There was a few people I know that I had to reach out to them in their inbox after. So I just want to make sure that I got everybody who was here that paid for a session. Let me know. Okay, who is iPhone? Can you please come on and let me know who you are? I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I didn't realize it comes up as iPhone. I can't see it.
It's all good.
I'm
Who
Mecca.
is this? Oh, hey Mecca, nice to see
Hi.
you.
It's nice to see you as well.
Well, hear you, see you, feel you,
Yeah.
you know. Thank you for letting me know it was you. I'm glad I checked because I was about to be like, well, I'm about to have to inbox her.
Oh yeah, I understand.
But how are you feeling so far about the event?
I'm feeling really good about it. I feel like I'm learning so much. Like I'm really excited. I'm a little nervous too, I'm not gonna lie.
What? It's okay. It's all right. I'm here with you along the way. And what areas would you like contour? What 2 areas would you like contoured and what would you like done?
Okay, so I'd like for number 1 to be worked on is my stomach.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a little flatter. I'm gonna be honest with
Okay.
you. And I definitely feel like something is being held there. So I definitely am interested to hear about that.
Okay.
And second is my butt, of course.
Okay. What do you
That
want
would be
done to
lovely
your
to
butt?
work on. Maybe a little lifting, a little jiggle to it won't hurt.
Okay. If you wanted me to, I can do some lifting on it, but during this session, if you want me to actually move fat particles from other parts of the body into the butt, that would have to be like a one-on-one session.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting one of those.
Okay, cool. And y'all do not forget that the promo codes, I'll repost the promo codes before we leave so that y'all can use them during your one-on-ones if y'all want to book. But perfect. So yeah, I'm happy to do the lifting of the butt, and then we're doing fat removal from the stomach, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome. So I would like for you to get comfortable and just allow yourself to relax. We're gonna deep breathe acceptance into the body. And as you release, we're going to release any stagnant energy, any nervousness. I want you to envision your happiest and healthiest self in front of you. As you tell your cells what you would like them to do. Naviudo su eteni aguamuni akhin kisene. Fale utu suru chambu yakhani akhin musune. We're gonna go ahead and work on the stomach first. Vami budi se kieni amwana fayeti amudi supu mudu solema. The stomach holes where you have been very hard on yourself. So especially hard about your success, hard about your finances, as well as things that you feel like you should already be good at. There's a lot of competition here, feeling either in competition with old versions of yourself, others throughout your lifetime, or even competition in the family. We're going to go ahead and transmute that into just being successful, wealthy, happy, healthy, content in your own lane, not even comparison. We're going to remove that comparison and transmute it into acceptance. Your spirit is also talking about the need to really tap into what foods and herbs feel good to you during this time. I'm also seeing a spirit bath taking place where you are washing the water and the herbs and the oils over your body. So I feel like this is just general maintenance to keep you clear. Your gut is also steering you into the direction, like your intuition connects with you directly through your gut. And so when you're not feeling something, your gut is going to twist and turn, and you're not going to feel good. You're not going to feel okay. You might even feel a little sick to your stomach in places that do not resonate with you. This is also correlated to a lot of the direction that your heart gives. Sometimes it feels like your heart and your mind are in two separate places, but they meet in your gut. Like they communicate in the same way. So like what feels good to your heart is going to also communicate with your gut, and what feels good to your mind is also going to communicate with your gut, and vice versa. So your gut is a very central place of intuitive communication. And when you tap into your gut, you're going to be navigating your life from a very confident place, a very rest assured place, one that does not have self-doubt. We're actually transmuting that self-doubt now, which is on the right side of your stomach. And I'm even seeing stomach issues from being a baby. This could be something that is correlated as well to allergies. So we're going to go ahead and transmute that. Reprogramming DNA code 72589. The spirit is asking me to go in and balance the immune system. Removing a blockage that is preventing you from creating as many red blood cells as you need. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and release the fat and tighten up the skin here. I'm pushing down particles in the digestive system that need to be released. And removing inflammation from the gut. Wrapping the stomach up. Now we're gonna go into the glutes. First, I'm gonna strengthen the glutes just to provide more support. Strengthening your foundation here, because I see where there is fear of instability, fear of lack, of not being provided for. And this is also correlating to the throat. I feel this directly correlating to what you do not communicate on, or even the things that you speak over your life, needing to speak success over your life, needing to speak out of a place of surety and reassurance instead of worry. Sabia mudutsa kandi selama towa kani abua manele tanama yikine. We're going to remove and transmute energy of stagnancy from the glutes. And I'm going to reinforce solid affirmation of your success, solid affirmation of your steady income and flow, as well as revitalizing the roots of which you have built your foundations on. A lot of this has been geared towards career changes, as well as uncertainty in career, as well as holding on to making it out of the family, like being the one to make it in the family, being the one to excel past certain circumstances or situations. So we're going to go ahead and remove those expectations and those burdens that are not of you and transmute them into full acceptance and security in yourself, security in your art, security in the things that you love, security in things beyond the tangible, but security in your spirit. Now we're going to go ahead and lift this up. Adding some shape here. Gabi mood suke kene tini mi suko tini lama for no sila emia ikene me and de ala mana de amani suku hamana tala waki awu mona se. Now we're gonna go ahead and reinforce with fire to seal. I am now closing my portals. I am no longer energetically available. I thank you for allowing me to be present with you in this moment. And whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes and unmute your mic.
That was amazing.
How are you feeling?
I felt so many things during that. Like when you first started it, my head immediately felt a bit lighter. And I felt like your energy like work your way down my body. That was amazing. I started feeling a lot more grounded
Good.
and like an overall like warm feeling.
Mhm.
It was very
Good.
peaceful, very like relaxing and reassuring.
That's good.
So like I really
Right.
appreciate like this whole experience.
Yeah, of course. Did the messages resonate with you?
They absolutely did. I can't wait to do some more shadow work and do some journaling on this whole experience. That was like, oh my God. Like I'm so shocked at like all of the feelings that I got from this. I've done like so many readings and I've never felt like so tapped in and like connected before.
Beautiful. Well, I'm so glad. It's been an honor, truly. And make sure you drink your water, take pictures, get worship your body, take time really accepting where you're at, and remember the visualization that you've set for yourself and what that healthy and happy version of you looks like and feels like. And that version of you in your mind, even if it's not clear right now, it'll become clearer and clearer the more you do it. So definitely continue doing that and reach out to me if I can hold space for you anytime.
All right, I definitely will. Thank you so much for holding space for me.
Awesome. It's my pleasure. Have a good night.
Thank you. You do the same.
All right. And let me look at the chat. Oh, thank you, Chloe. Yeah, it's high quality energy work. But all right, y'all. I have passed the threshold and I need a break. And then the remainder of those who paid, they will be taken care of in their inbox who weren't able to show up. So that's okay too. I love you guys. Do y'all have any questions for me? How was the event for y'all? How y'all feeling? I will give Luna some loving for you, Chloe, and thank you. I definitely will have a beautiful evening. It's been such an honor to hold space with you guys, like just to be present, to do this work. Like this is very sacred work to me. And all the work I do is sacred work to me, but the energetic body contouring, I don't feel like enough people really know what it is, which was the whole purpose of this event, was to bring awareness to how this works, to bring awareness to what it touches on and to help it expand. I want this service to really expand. I want to help more people get tapped into their body and to feel better about their bodies and to know why they hold energy the way that they do. So definitely would love to have some one-on-one sessions with you guys. I have a bundle. The bundle on my site is 4 sessions. It's already discounted. So yes, I'm glad that y'all saved the code. The bundle is already discounted $676. So for 4 sessions, it's already discounted. So whenever you add the 30% discount, that's an additional 30% off of that bundle that's already discounted. So that's the good part of it. So like it's definitely discounted. The 1 session is $30 off, so that's still a great deal. And I wanted to just give y'all some loving and let you know that it's all right. Y'all are doing great, and that you can address what you feel in your body. You can address it. You can unfold it. Your body can shapeshift exactly how you want it to. So keep visualizing the things that the version of you that you are shapeshifting into, and feel that, embody that, live in that, smile right now because your body is already where you want it to be, and really live in that joy that lives in you. Let me check the comments here. I loved it. Very powerful. Thank you, Leah. It was beautiful to work with you. So grateful to you in this event and to the divine. Thank you. Additional 30% off the bundles already reduced price and get it while it's hot. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for showing up for the collective today. Gratitude, gratitude. Yes, gratitude to all of y'all. Thank you so much. And I'm going to go ahead and end this recording and say, I love you. The divine loves you. Contact me if you have any questions, if you need any support. Take your pictures, y'all. Take your pictures. Take your pictures. Yes, I'm going to put the code in there one more time for everybody. Take your pictures. Y'all know how I am. Take your pictures. Take your pictures of your body. Do not hold off on that. Okay, I put it in the chat again. I'm going to say it aloud for those that are watching, just in case y'all don't see the chat. The one session promo code is 3030 events, EVENT. And then the bundle is super fine. The promo code is super fine for the bundle. So in the bundle, you're getting 4 sessions at 30% off, already discounted. So yeah, 30 event is the promo code for 1 session, and super fine is the promo code for the bundle. Y'all, let me know if y'all have any questions. I love y'all. I'm sending so much love, peace, joy, and prosperity to all of y'all. And yes, we getting super fine from fupa to super duper fine. Oh my gosh, Leah, you're funny. Yeah, I love y'all and thank y'all for allowing me to hold space with y'all. Good night.